All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brandon Stallings. This is the Programs Committee, so if you are not on this committee, go ahead and take your seat, but I think we got everybody here. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Justin, if you could take roll.
Broughton, Chen, Taylor Cruz. Here. Delden, Duran.
Here.
Lee, Manning.
Here.
Mendoza. Here. Bertula.
Here.
Salih.
Here.
Steinbrecher. Here. We have four.
All right. We are going to go into closed session. Prior to that, though, I would just remind every board member here that if you wish to be heard, just to go ahead and turn on your microphone. And when you are not speaking, go ahead and turn it off so that way all of our tech issues can get handled on that end. So we're going to go into closed section pursuant to Government Code 11126, sub C, sub 1, and Business and Professions Code 6026.7, sub C, sub 3. The estimated time for a closed session will be approximately 20 minutes. So those on the line, go ahead and call back around that time. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna go back into open session here, the Programs Committee, and I think I need to take roll again. Yeah, Programs. Yeah. We'll see you a little bit later.
Okay, Broughton, Chen, De La Cruz. Here. Dellin. Duran. Here. Lee. Manning. Here. Mendoza. Here. Bertula. Here. Salee.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I would, again, just urge our trustees, when you're speaking into the microphone, make sure it's on, like myself. And then when you're not speaking, go ahead and turn it off. I will now open up the floor for public comment. Are there any members of the public here who wish to make public comment? All right, seeing none, anybody on the line? All right, and hearing none, we will go to the chair report, and I'm going to trail my report to the end of the agenda. We'll now go to the consent agenda. Does any member wish for item A to be moved off a consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I can just deem it approved, correct? All right, it will be deemed approved. Going on to business, 3A, we have rule changes addressing public licensee information and required reporting. And this is a request to circulate for public comment. So I will hand it over to Donna.
Thank you. Joining me, I have Dina DiLoretto, Director of the Office of Attorney Regulation and Consumer Resources, and Suzanne Grant, Assistant General Counsel from our Office of General Counsel. Some of you will recall with fondness, others with not so much fondness, hour and a half we spent at the last meeting talking about this general concept of public licensee information, what's on the website, what information do we maintain, whether or not we post it, what are the legal requirements, what should we start posting, what should we no longer collect or post, and so having been informed by that conversation, we will have a very short agenda item today. So, Justin, can you? No? That would probably help, huh? Is this it? Oh, yeah, that would be it. Oh, look at that. Okay, so what brings us here today? So the starting point of the starting point of this agenda item and what brought us here was Goal 2, Objective G in the strategic plan, which required that by January 1, 2019, we would require all attorneys to report firm size and practice type to the State Bar and maintain and update that information. As we let you know, I think back in May, because of the survey that we had done through My State Bar Profile, we really sort of focused our attention on getting the survey information and strayed away from this particular, more narrow objective. But we decided it was time to move forward now, and we were able to propose a rule change that would in fact meet the objective that we've set forth here to require attorneys to report firm size. But I say this was the starting point because as we looked at the rules that we had, the rules and the statutes around our records and what we report and what we require attorneys to maintain and on what schedules, we realized that that this was too narrow of a focus and we needed to do a broader look at the rule and make some consistent and coherent changes that worked well together. So what are we going to accomplish today? I want to follow up on the discussions that we had at the July Programs Committee meeting and talk about the information that is in the official licensee record. What information is there that we want to keep collecting? What information should we no longer collect? What new information should we start collecting? And how frequently should we be requiring attorneys to be updating and verifying that information so we know we have the most up-to-date information. I want to talk about as well some potential concerns that you might hear if we put these rules out for public comment, and to make sure that we are in alignment on what we are putting out for public comment, and then ultimately seek to get your approval to put this out for public comment. Following the input that we got from all of you at the July meeting, and we evaluated the various sources of the State Bar reporting requirements, and we drafted one proposed rule that consolidates, clarifies, and harmonizes the requirements for what information licensees must or may provide to the State Bar. The proposed rule does a few things. It organizes in a clear, coherent manner the information that a licensee is required or authorized to report. My thanks go to the Office of General Counsel for putting together what may be the clearest rule we have. Trust me, it looks great. The proposed rule also standardizes to the greatest extent possible the frequency with which licensees must provide updates or verify the accuracy of the information that they provide. So there is sort of greater consistency in how that operates. And the rule also provides that, with the exception of the private email address that is provided for communication with the State Bar, all information that's contained in a licensee record is presumptively public. It's the information that is collected and retained for the State Bar's regulatory purposes, and may be subject to disclosure under the CPRA, unless, of course, disclosure is otherwise prohibited by law. So, as a reminder of a number of the data elements that we currently collect and display on the attorney profile, I sort of gathered some of the items that we talked about last time and indicate what we propose to do with those in the rule. So as you see, this particular slide really reflects those items that are currently available and posted on the website that we, the private email address being the one exception, which is not currently posted and will not be posted. But these are the items that we propose to essentially keep as is, in terms of whether we would still be collecting them and they would still be required or optional items. These are items that this slide contains items that we talked about at the last programs committee meeting. We discussed items to stop where we recommended that we stop collecting. We discussed items that we recommended we start collecting, and then we had an item where we didn't have a recommendation if we should start collecting it or not, and opened that up for discussion. And so I wanted to lay out for you here in this slide what the recommendation was that staff brought to you in July when we presented the informational item, what the current proposal, i.e. what the draft rule currently says, and any particular notes that would apply. So just to go through these additional data elements quickly, fax number. Currently, we do currently collect it. It is an optional item. We had recommended at the last meeting to stop collecting it because fax numbers are a little less useful than they were in the past. But the discussion seemed to be around it's not harmful to keep collecting it if somebody wanted to provide that information. Provides a way for the public to gain access to that attorney, and so why not just keep collecting it? So the current rule would make that a discretionary item. The next three: photo, website, and law practice area. We had a pretty healthy discussion about these three items at the last meeting. As you'll recall, we talked about the fact that these items were added in 2009 following a member services initiative where the bar was looking at creating opportunities to advance the professional interests of lawyers. That was at the time part of the mission of the State Bar, and so in furtherance of that goal, we created the expanded profile that would allow attorneys to post a photo, would post their website, and post their practice area. So we had recommended initially when we came to the meeting last July that we stop collecting all of those items under the theory that as a regulatory entity now, our mission is no longer advancing the professional interest or opportunities of lawyers, and so we should take those off. But we also had noted to you all that that some had mentioned to us that something that's more prevalent now than maybe was in 2008, 2009 is identity theft. And having posted on the State Bar's website a photo or the actual website of the actual attorney might actually be an important public protection. Because it would make it more difficult for somebody to impersonate that lawyer and to solicit business and to pretend that they are in fact lawyer John when if you look at the State Bar's website that has their photo in the website, you know that that's not their information. So following that fairly lively discussion that we had, we now are proposing in the draft rule that we again allow attorneys to submit a photo. We allow attorneys to submit their law practice area, i.e. family law, commercial law, whatever the particular type of law is that they practice, as well as require them to provide a professional website if they maintain a professional website. It seemed like to the extent that we are saying that among other things, a professional website and a photo really are public protection. It seemed difficult to say it is a public protection item to have the person's website posted on the profile, but yet you don't have to do it. If the goal is public protection, it felt like that was something that was important to require that attorneys who have a professional website post that website to give the public that information. Photos are more difficult. Either you have a website or you don't, but you may not have a photo that's of the right dimensions, or your ability to upload the photo to our website per our specifications might not match. I don't want to suspend somebody for failing to provide a photo. It just made more sense that the photo would be something that would be optional. Plus, if you do maintain a professional website, there is a possibility that your photo is in fact on that website. So linking from the website to the professional website should address that issue as well. And then you'll see we are continuing our recommendation to stop collecting and posting the undergraduate institution. Going next to the items that were specifically required in the objective that brought us here today, reporting of firm size in the practice sector, in this case practice sector, government, nonprofit, private. We recommended that at the last meeting that we require the reporting of this, and we continue that recommendation. And then we had a brief discussion at the last meeting about whether we should require the reporting of malpractice insurance. And staff had not brought a particular recommendation on that item last July, and we have not included malpractice insurance, whether or not you have malpractice insurance, in the rule requirements that we're proposing to go out for public comment. The issue of mandatory malpractice insurance is, as you know, part of a bigger discussion that the bar and the board are having, and so we felt it was premature to add it at this time. One of the areas that I want to bring to your attention is going to law practice area. The agenda item, as reflected in this slide, and though this is not part of the rule per se, suggests that, recommends that we make the practice area searchable. This issue, as the agenda item notes, is one that caused a fair amount of opposition and concern in 2009. County Bar Associations and Lawyer Referral Services were very concerned that by posting the practice area, we were essentially taking away the job of the Lawyer Referral Service. Lawyer Referral Services vet attorneys. They have a panel of family law attorneys or criminal attorneys, and they stand behind those attorneys as having met various experience and educational requirements. And by us posting it on the website, and not only posting it, but allowing somebody to search for a family law attorney in this particular geographic area would be impeding the ability of the Lawyer Referral Service to do their job to protect the public the way they protect the public, and would be taking away the business, frankly, of the lawyer referral service. We did think it was not all that useful to post practice area unless it was searchable, and so that is why staff is recommending that we make it searchable. But we did want to make sure that you were aware of the concern that was raised, and frankly, I think it would be necessary for us as part of a member profile, if somebody says what their practice area is, for there to be a caveat that says that the state bar has not verified the practice areas. These are self-reported practice areas. We haven't verified. We're not attesting to anybody's particular competence in any one of the stated practice areas, and could even have a statement that could suggest for further information seek out the assistance of a lawyer referral service, and have a link to our webpage, our website, where we do provide the list of lawyer referral services by counties. And then the final slide, final thing I wanted to mention is the rule lays out the requirement to the frequency with which licensees would be required to maintain, to update and verify the particular data elements. You'll see that what the rule says is at least annually you will need to verify the vast majority of the mandatory requirements. So these are all of the required requirements. You would need to verify, and the way we propose to do that annually is with the annual as part of what we're now referring to. Dina and I have coined the annual licensee renewal process, as opposed to your fees. And so as part of that process, currently, if you go online to pay your fees, you'll get a pop-up that asks you to verify your physical address, and I think your phone number as well. And so instead, we'll have a pop-up that would ask you to verify all of these mandatory items that are indicated here. Also, we are suggesting that, with the exception of 2 items, that individuals be required to update us within 30 days of a change in any of those requirements. That is current requirement for most things now. Name, address, phone number, that is required under current law, that they update us with that frequency. The reason that we put certified specialty and admission to another bar at a different frequency is because statute actually dictates that they only be required to update us annually with that information as part of the licensee fee process. And so that's why we've included that there. That's why those 2 particular items are different than the others. So with that, we would ask the approval of the committee to circulate the proposed rule that's included in the agenda item for a 60-day public comment period. We were originally thinking of a 30-day period in order to implement the rule in time for this year's licensee renewal process, but knowing the level of interest that the county bar associations and lawyer referral services would have in the recommendation that we make the law practice area searchable, we thought it was appropriate to extend it to 60 days.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, or can I have a motion? Sean.
I have 2 thoughts. First is the draft talks about a professional website, which sort of implicitly assumes there would be only one. And so I think both in the rule and operationally, we need to think about lawyers who have more than one professional website. So there are some firms that have different, I've seen a couple firms that have different sort of alternative trade names, and they have 2 websites. Not commenting on that one way or another, but I've seen it. And then another example might be, so my firm has a website, obviously. I have a page on it. But also, I'm a member of the California Academy of Appellate Lawyers, which is a private association. And they have a directory that has a similar bio and picture of me as on my firm's website. And I don't know if we want to capture those. And partially, I guess it depends on what the purpose of getting that information is. Part of it's avoiding identity theft. But to the extent that we want a record of all the online representations that the lawyers sort of make into the general public, we might want it to be broader. So I just throw that out for consideration. And then the second comment is, I'm not quite sure what my view on this is, but there's quite a number of additional topics that now have to be updated by the lawyer within 30 days. And I assume the lawyer could be subject to discipline for not doing that. So I'm slightly wary of that because we have to have some kind of education effort to make sure the lawyers are on notice of this. I think they're surely on fair notice that you have to update your address. But that's quite a lot to kind of keep in mind. I think there's like 8 or 9 different categories. So I just throw that out there, whether the 30-day rule should be subject to the lawyer to discipline as opposed to, say, the annual update. Everyone has to go on once a year and they'll get an email from the bar saying, review your information and update it. And if you don't comply with that, that's a different matter. So a couple ideas for thought.
All right, Josh.
I apologize. I wasn't able to participate in July on this topic, but I'm struggling with the same thing Sean is, the website requirement. And I didn't understand the delineation that you were trying to make with photo versus website, or I don't know if I agreed with it. I think that the requirement is going to be a tough one. Although most people have a website, there will be some that don't. Some will have two. I'm not sure how you kind of make that distinguish between those. So to me, if somebody wanted to and would be allowed to versus requirement would be important. I don't intend to not move forward with going out to public comment. I just want to share those thoughts.
Well, certainly if there is a consensus that, or even a majority, that we should make the professional, and it does say professional website if one is maintained, doesn't address the two problem. But if you wanted to recommend that we change the proposed rule and make that allowable and not required, that would certainly be within the authority of the committee to do that.
My thought is we let it go out for public comment as is, knowing that we can make that change when it comes back. Certainly hear from the attorneys.
All right, any other questions, or can I have a motion? That was by Debbie. All right, and then Ruben. Okay. Any objection to substituting the roll call? I think everybody's still here. All right. It is out for public comment. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right, now going over to item B, Programs Committee 2018 to 2019 Work Plan Review by Justin.
Thank you, Brandon. I will try and make this brief to try and catch up. The work plan, since this is the last meeting of programs, we decided to bring this back to the Programs Committee to look at all the work they've done over the last year and maybe identify some things that we didn't get to that we want to keep an eye on in the future. The first part of the work plan is a lot of the mandatory things, the suspensions for non-compliance of MCLE or payment of dues. Those things go to the full board but are vetted by the Programs Committee. On the second part of the work plan, you'll see that there's many important things that the Programs Committee oversaw. The CAPA, which there's an update to CAPA coming to the full board later on today. I wanted to draw attention to some of the MCLE stuff did not get completely accomplished, but that's not to say that there wasn't a lot that the Programs Committee did on MCLE. The new 10 hours that new admittees have to take, the changing of the way that MCLE is collected. So now the providers have to notify the bar. So instead of doing random audits, basically everybody's being audited now. And that's something that those rules were changed by the Programs Committee and adopted by the full board. So although not everything on this was accomplished, we are going to take a look at this because this is the last Programs Committee, because in the new board, the Programs Committee will not be meeting, and that is due to there's a lot of feedback here. Due to the fact that the board is shrinking. The number of people on programs currently is the same number of people of the total board that's going to be instituted first thing tomorrow. And so since most things, the size of the committee is that, and that's why we are no longer going forward with the programs committee, but we are going to have a need to monitor these things. And so the full board will have a work plan where those things that didn't get addressed by the programs committee will be added to that or evaluated to see what we can do going forward.
All right. If you look at the work plan, definitely been busy. Anybody have any questions or comments kind of going forward into the 2019-2020 year? All right. I guess Alan's on his own as far as new ideas. All right, going on to item C, and that is review of metrics for offices within programs committee purview. And that is Ms. Wilson.
Yes, and I don't actually have anything I need to call out this time. You've got the agenda item. Happy to take any questions. I think these are pretty self-explanatory here this time around.
I know we love talking about metrics on
I
Thursday
know.
afternoon. Everybody's favorite topic. Any questions for Leah or comments for the 2019-2020 year and going forward?
Overall comments for the year. All right.
All right, well,
Okay.
I'm going to segue then into my chair report. I would like to thank Jason for the opportunity to serve in this important capacity. It was definitely a fun and exciting year, lots of challenges and lots of successes. I think one of the biggest challenges that we had was the implementation of the Appendix I review and the many changes that were made to our various sub-entities. And I want to applaud staff for really taking on the Appendix I review seriously and doing the work excellently. I would also like to applaud all of our sub-entity volunteers, those who serve on oversight committees, and the flexibility and the determination that they use, as well as their patience, in making sure that the Appendix I objectives were achieved. We could not have done any of these reforms, these important reforms, without a collaborative effort between us and all of our various stakeholders. One of the great successes, and I'm not going to steal Jason's thunder in case he wants to talk about this, was the incredible increase in funds distributed by this committee. One of the things that we went into this year knowing is that the board wanted to have more of a role in addressing how funds are distributed and making sure that these funds are distributed in a way that best serve all of California. And I really think that with the increase of funds that we're able to get out there, that speaks to the level of professionalism, not only that staff demonstrates, but also that members who volunteer their time also demonstrate. We're going to be hearing more about the bar and the position that we're in to continue to distribute more and more funds. And I think that is only made possible by the trust that our stakeholders entrust to us and the confidence that they have in the State Bar of California and the employees and all of the volunteers. So with that, I would like to thank each staff member who's made all this success possible. I definitely cannot claim any of it as my own, although I will try in private. But I would first like to thank Debbie. I'd like to thank Debbie Manning for being an excellent co-chair, participating in our calls and being there, even today when I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it here right at 1 o'clock, so willing to step in. So Debbie, it's been a pleasure serving with you. And then each of the staff members who work tirelessly to make sure that this meeting gets off the ground. So in no particular order, and I apologize if I leave anybody out, thank you to Greg Shin, Elizabeth Hom, Amy Nunez, Dina De Loretta, Dusty Overpeck, Ron P., Dag McLeod, Rob McPhail, Helen Hong, Donna Hershkowitz, and our esteemed leader, Justin Ewart. So thank you to everybody. It's been a great programs year, and look forward to seeing what the board as a whole can accomplish next year. So with that said, Programs Committee is adjourned.
Finance and Planning Committee, up to the dais. Brandon, you're on this committee. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do roll. Here.
Sorry. Roll call. Joanna Mendoza,
Here.
Halen Chen, Mark Broughton, Juan de la Cruz, Sonia Dillon, Renee LeBron, Brandon Stallings, Alan Steinbrecher.
Thank you. I'm going to begin by calling for any public comment on any agenda item. Seeing none. I don't have a chair's report, or at least nothing I will state now. We'll go ahead and there's a consent item. Does anyone want to pull that out of consent? Nobody pulling it out of consent, it will be deemed accepted. We'll move on to business item A, Q2 financial statement report, et cetera, by our esteemed CFO, John Adams. John?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is just our standard quarterly financial report presentation. I have a few slides just to go over the report, and then I'm available for any questions. So just quickly, required by the board book, prepared by the Office of Finance, there's really three main points. Our quarterly financial statements, our investment report, and our client security fund report. This is as of June 30th, 2019. So just some highlights on financial statements. Assets did have a slight increase from the same time last year. Liabilities have been decreased mainly from paying off loans related to the two buildings. Year-to-date operating revenues are currently better than original budget at this point in time, 6.5%. And year-to-date operating expenses are at 49% of the budget. Just the table showing you the growth in assets, reduction in liabilities of the $0.5 million, and then overall improvement to net position of $1.5 million. So the next table, just quickly, is actually our budget to year-end projections. As part of the second quarter financial statements preparation, we also did project out for the remainder of the year revenues and expenditures for both for all funds. I want to highlight a couple specific funds and then talk about major variance in other funds. So overall, the general fund currently is projected to have expenditures of $86 million. This is in comparison to $87 million that was budgeted and approved by the board. The variance is just a little over 1%. Really, there's two main areas that have impacts on the variance. Personnel savings projected right now to have about $3.2 million just from vacancies in various offices. Professional services is projected to be over. This is a lot to do with some of the implementations of systems in other areas and other projects. Admissions fund currently is really close to budget, only $3 million off. Really the main savings is in personnel, as with the general fund. They have a few vacancies that will provide some savings by the year end. The other thing to highlight just for other funds is the Equal Access Fund, in which received $20 million additional funding for legal services and equal access related to homelessness and housing. And that $20 million grant does have an impact on both revenues and expenditures. So this is just budget versus year-end projections for revenue. First, the general fund is projected to be actually under budget related to revenue, about $200,000. This is mainly from licensing fees. Our projections based on growth was less than actually has occurred. There's about $1.5 million less in licensing fees anticipated by year end. One area of growth is interest income. As we know, interest rates have increased over the past 18 months, and so interest income is up. Admissions fund revenues are anticipated to be up. I'm highlighting really the main area is fingerprinting. Even though that bar exam revenues are projected to be down, fingerprinting is up. And then just the other funds I talked about, equal access and legal services trust fund, just based on interest earnings from trust funds, trust accounts, revenue is up on there too. So this is just the highlights of the variances for budget to actual. As I mentioned, vacancies created savings in many offices. Interest rate increases, both for legal services trust fund and the general fund. $20 million in that unanticipated equal access funding, and then bar exam revenue down. So moving on to the investment report. There is an increase in cash and investments on hand, an increase over last year. Just showing you the earnings this year, 2.8 million versus 1.1 that we had in 2018. And just showing you that the increase in rates that the state pays for our investments has significantly increased. So this is just a summary of the investments being held, about $80.4 million in various securities. We have about $52.7 million with LAIF, which is the state's local investment fund, and then money market at almost $6 million. Next, client security. Just the quick highlights: 404 new applications, 8.2 million. Overall, processed 763 at 11.3 million. Estimated payout has been a reduction from our prior year quarter at 19 million versus 21.4 from last year. In the report, there's really 5 attachments. I just listed them here just for your information. And then this is really the highlights related to it. I talked about the applications. It is a decrease from prior year, both in dollar amounts and the amount of applications. Payouts to date are very close to they were last year. And as mentioned, the estimated payouts have reduced down to 19 million. And with that, there is a recommendation for the committee to consider.
Renee? Can you turn your mic on? Thanks.
Sorry, when I was reviewing the report, maybe I just couldn't find it. I didn't see a reserves report.
I'm sorry. So this is just our quarterly report. So on the board tomorrow, I'm sorry, some feedback. In tomorrow's report on the mid-year analysis, there's actually a reserve report that's attached. So.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion? Moved by Brandon, seconded by Juan. Take a roll call. Well, do we have any objection to substituting the roll call? Okay, it's deemed approved. Thank you. The next item, B, is the update on debt collection efforts. We have John Adams reporting again with our Office of General Counsel. And Suzanne will be assisting, Suzanne Gant.
All right. So this is just an update on the State Bar's debt collection efforts. And I will really just focus on 2 specific areas. One is the Franchise Tax Board court order debt program, and then OGC will talk about money judgments and the work done in that area. So quickly, just for the benefit of the committee, many offices are involved in the overall debt collection process, both on levying the discipline costs and then also ultimately the billing of those costs. In the 2019 fee bill, it was approved for the State Bar to be able to use the COD program with the Franchise Tax Board. In January of this year, this committee did approve changes to our procedures related to only going after certain types of judgments. And then finally, want to give you a quick update on the files that have been submitted to the Franchise Tax Board. So there really are just four areas or four types of debt that the State Bar collects. One related to discipline, CSF court ordered, CSF non-court ordered, and Superior Court money judgments. Currently, this is the balance that is owed of $241 million. Most of that is in the CSF reimbursement that is non-court ordered. So areas that we don't have court orders, a lot of the outstanding amount is in those areas. So talking about the FTB COD program, the timeline for submitting records, we actually submitted close to 3,000 accounts in July, and those covered the time period between 2009 and 2017. Those were accounts that had been over 2 years old, but not over 10 years old. Group 2, which is things that are between 1 and 2 years old, we did send third notices in August, and we will be sending those to the FTB in October. And then Group 3 is things that are within the past 12 months, in which second notices were sent, and third notices will be sent within the next 30 days, and anything outstanding will be billed and sent to FTB November 1st. Going forward, this is just really the quick timeline for new records. The process has been that initial notices are sent to disbarred and resigned attorneys within 30 days of receiving the court ordered. Finance will send second notices within 90 days of the court order, and then third and final notices are sent at 150 days. This provides a 6-month collection process in which after that point we send it to FTB for collections. Next, one of the discussions that staff has been having has been sending records that are over 10 years old to the FTB. After extensive research and consultation with FTB, there's nothing that prohibits the State Bar from sending records that are over 10 years old. Staff has not sent those records as we're trying to still evaluate the impacts of sending the first 3,000 accounts. We do anticipate that the State Bar will send those records by the end of the year. Next slide is simply the FTB COD case inventory summary. So as mentioned, we did send 3,000 cases or accounts to the FTB. They did accept a little over 2,300. They did reject a little over 600 cases. Withdrawn cases, what would happen is notices are sent out to debtors. Debtors potentially file bankruptcy or do something else. Then the State Bar would actually withdraw those cases from the FTB. And then the FTB does return periodically cases to the State Bar as uncollectible. And so to date, they sent and returned 75. So currently in their inventory, they have 2243 in accounts at $26.8 million. Next slide. This is just to show you how debt collections have been occurring over the last 2 years in both 2017 and 2018. Within the first 6 weeks of the FTB COD program, which I do not have listed here, the State Bar has received a little over $23,000 in collections within the first 6 weeks. Just to show you the success of the different types of payments. So FTB Intercept, which we will continue to do even in 2019, actually received $175,000 last year. Collection Agency, which is something that the State Bar has stopped, only received $8,000 last year. And really the FTB COD program is to take over for the Collections Agency. And then finally, title company, which is really related to the money judgments that are put on properties, actually gained 90,000 last year. This is just to show you the activity at the FTB year to date. They've sent out almost 1,800 payment notices, demand for payments. They've had 42 installment agreements done. They've done one bank levy and have not done any wage levies. I would anticipate by the end of October, there will be many more wage levies and bank levies performed. There is a process at the FTB which it usually takes them 8 to 10 weeks before they get wage levies in place. Yes?
Wait, can I just clarify when those notices were sent when?
So we sent, yeah, and great question. We sent the file the 17th of July, I
So
believe.
pretty quick.
Yeah, so July 17th, they actually had notices out before the 1st of August.
Okay. And what was the value of the installment agreements?
Good question. Let me see if I can pull it up. So one of the, in the report online, the last attachment, there's an attachment A that actually shows this information. And installment agreements, actually, I don't have a value of the installment agreements. I have what they've collected, which is just a few $100s, but I can find that out.
Yeah, just curious. I mean, it seems pretty productive.
It has, and knowing that what I'm showing you is really just 6 weeks
Yeah,
worth
no,
of
it's a very short
transactions.
time period, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
In talking with the FTB, they send out the demand requests. If they don't hear back within 30 days, they then go and start sending out wage levies to employers. They don't usually expect those to be in place except for another 30 days. So I don't expect to necessarily see a whole bunch of wage levies by the end of September, but certainly by October, we'll see a lot more put in place. So by the time we come back to you and show you a fourth quarter, you should see a lot more activity. Thank you for the question. I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne to give an update on money judgments.
So the Office of General Counsel was recently transferred the work of filing and entering money judgments for the State Bar. That work had come from ORIA. OGC had handled the entry of judgments from approximately 2009 to 2016 when that was transferred to ORIA, and now it's been recently transferred back. We got the files in April, and it took some time to coordinate a process for how we were filing the judgments, getting the files from ORIA, and figuring out what needed to be done and what the status of the files were. The reason we're still doing money judgments in addition to the FTB COD program is because we're still able to file an abstract to record a lien on people's property, which is not something that FTB can do. So we still wanted to be able to reserve that right. And at the board meeting, and this committee and the board approved that there would be the only filing of judgments when an attorney has property. So OGC took the time to research the best way to determine whether the attorney had property. And we are using LexisNexis to run property searches on the attorney by using the attorney's name, the last reported address, and their birth date, running the report, and then assessing the different assets and property within the report. So we know if they have property in California and what county that property is located. The county is very important because then we know what county to record the abstract in. So we've just finalized that process and just began approximately 6 weeks ago, starting the property searches. It took a little more time due to the fact that we did not have someone in the position to do it full time. So we were splitting up the work between our current admin staff and 2 attorneys. We recently filled that position, so hopefully we'll be making more progress as time goes on. We've begun doing property searches and filing and entering judgments for court orders from 2008. We picked that time because we wanted to make sure the attorneys had received the proper notification, so we didn't want to start too early, and we thought we'd have a better chance of collecting the money if it was more recent. So there are approximately 229 discipline and court-ordered CSF payouts in 2018. We have completed property searches for 45. Of those 45, there were only 17 that did not own property in California. OGC has currently prepared 22 of those 45 new judgments in the past 6 weeks. And we've also filed judgment renewals, so we keep track on a, I believe, monthly basis. We run a report to see when judgments are expiring. They expire after 10 years. So we need to make sure that we renew the judgment before it expires. And OGC has also been preparing satisfactions of judgments when the attorney has paid. More commonly, it's a title company. When an attorney wants to sell their property, it needs to be paid off before they can complete the sale. So a title company will often pay off the debt. So that's what we've been doing. And we've also been busy assisting finance with various questions that attorneys have once they receive these notices from FTB. And they have many questions about how they can reduce the debt, payment plans, how they can seek relief in state bar court, and so on.
So with that, just a final comment. We've established an email account for our collection efforts and actually have a direct line for anyone that has questions on that. So, it's been, at least initially when the 1,800 letters went out, certainly we got a slew of emails and contact, but luckily I think the FTB has been taking most of those phone calls and have been following up. And as you saw, getting 42 installment agreements in place is people trying to work it out with them and not with us. So,
we're expecting a large uptick in cost relief motions filed in state bar court to reduce disciplinary costs, but we actually have not seen any new influx in that. So that's been some good news for state bar court and OCTC.
So with that, that's the end of our presentation. Do you have any questions?
There's no action item for this, right? It was just a
No,
report?
it's just a simple update.
If no other questions, we'll move on to the next item. That's the work plan, this year's work plan. John?
All right. Next item is the finance and planning work plan. I did not have a PowerPoint slide for this, but in looking, as earlier discussed, is finance and planning is not scheduled to potentially be filled in 2019 or 2020. In the report, we provide a status on the actual work plan on different things. A lot of things are reoccurring, and it's really the opportunity for the committee to review that and to determine if there's anything that needs to be followed up on for 2019, 2020. And with that, staff is really available just to answer any questions.
That would be my understanding. Okay, tomorrow. Okay, next, a review of metrics for offices within Finance and Planning Committee purview.
All
That'd be
right.
Leah Wilson.
Yeah, so there's a couple here that I want to highlight for the committee. The first one has to do with stay interviews. The metric is the percent rate for completion of stay interviews. Just briefly, what are they? Stay interviews are interviews that are conducted here within the first 90 days of hire. They're designed to encourage information sharing that will ultimately result in increased retention. So we have been doing exit interviews for some time at the bar, but by the time you're doing an exit interview, it's often too late to get meaningful information or actionable information. So we've started a stay interview process. You can see here from the metric, we have not yet met our performance target. But what I thought I would do very briefly for the committee is read to you a summary of some of the feedback we've received. As I've shared with some of you individually, I believe that our need to focus on recruitment and retention of talent in this organization has to be a top priority and focus for us going forward. We absolutely will be unable to achieve our mission, all of our ambitious strategic goals and objectives if we don't focus on talent. So I want to read a couple of things for you just to get you thinking and aware of some of the issues that have been raised for us at the leadership team level. So in terms of positives we're getting from these stay interviews, work-life balance, the ability to telecommute, which was recently implemented, the mission, a strong belief in the mission of protecting the public, the fact that this can be a long-term career, and people enjoying learning more about what the state bar does. They might have come in only knowing one small piece of the bar and being really interested in all the different parts of the bar. In terms of dissatisfactions, the quality of some of the staff, questionable hires comes up. The probationary period is too long. We need more long-term development and training and onboarding issues. Hearing tenured employees complain about the bar is discouraging for new hires. And the workload, there's not enough staff to support the workload. So those are some little highlights of information that we're getting. I think our challenge at the leadership team level, again, and more broadly as executive staff, is to take this feedback and turn it into action. Because I think the worst thing you can do is collect data and information and not do anything with it. So we've begun to have some discussions about this. It's going to take us a bit of time to develop a real action plan and steps that folks can see. But for now, we're collecting it, looking at it, and you'll hear more about it. Yes.
I guess to that point, Leah, I mean, I think it's great that you're doing this, and it needs clearly, important. I think, though, you might have the wrong metric. I think that the metric, I mean, you're trying to reduce turnover among new hires, right? So it seems like that should be the metric, and this is a tactic that, one of the tactics, it sounds like, that you're using to do this. And you may want to hold some people people accountable that they need to do this with all their new hires, but it could turn out that it doesn't move the needle at all. I suspect it will, but it seems like the metric should be what it is that you're trying to improve, not just the behaviors to get there.
I agree with you. We do have a separate metrics on turnover for key positions.
Yeah.
The problem there is that we first needed to establish a benchmark baseline data, and that was actually the first metric, was to establish the baseline. We haven't yet done the difficult work of setting the true performance target on turnover. So we do have it as a separate metric, but I totally agree with you. I think that's the more evolved next step of the metrics in general, is to really focus on outcomes. This is an input, essentially.
But you should be able to, I mean, something like turnover among new hires, like that should be an easier thing to even figure out than longer term turnover, just because you can, it's a narrower subset, people who left within first year or whatever, 60 days, and you should be able to track that for that, at least that slice of it, fairly easily.
And we can. I think what I was saying is, what's the target rate? Because you're not going to have zero turnover, and
right.
in fact,
you're always going to have some.
You're always going to have some.
Things happen, right?
And what is it we're shooting for? Is it a 3% rate? Is it a 5%? And that's where I think that's hard to figure that out, and we haven't done it yet.
I think if there's a way to look back, I mean, you can say, as a target, for this year, we want to see X% reduction. You may not know what the eventual bottom is that you want to get to, but at least, we want a 10% improvement or, whatever, 20% improvement, like pick something that seems achievable and then see, and then, track, like, of people who left, did they have this interview or not? And if you're still only at 65%, you should be able to, at least, it may not be statistically significant for a while, but at least see, like, did the people who left, did they have that interview or not? So, anyway.
All right, and the only other metric I wanted to call out is that related to IT projects, really just to use it as an opportunity to say that we have at long last implemented what I think is an institutionalized and robust IT steering committee structure internally, very long overdue. And that is where, as a leadership team, we are looking at all the incoming requests into IT, being forced to make very difficult decisions about prioritization across the organization, so that we are not overwhelming IT with an inordinate number of projects all at the same priority level, which they're never going to be able to accomplish. So we've gotten that off the ground. It's hard work, I think, for all of us, but wanted to make sure to alert the board to that as well.
Any other questions for Leah? Thank you, Leah. And I will just, I'll conclude the meeting with saying that it's been an honor to chair this committee, and it's the last committee meeting I'm chairing, so very exciting, and I'll leave it at that so I don't cry. We're adjourned.
Welcome to the Audit Committee. My name is Josh Bertula. I will be the acting chair today. Let's begin with Chair's report. I'm going to keep it very, very brief. Mark Broughton is not here, but he chaired the Audit Committee for the year. We've had many conversations about what we were able to accomplish. You want to do roll call first? Yeah, go ahead. We have a skeleton crew today.
Yes. Delenn? Duran?
Here.
LeBron? Manning? Bertula?
Here.
Broughton?
You will see as we go through something to keep in mind from the Audit Committee perspective. I think a lot of people look at the Audit Committee as the generally as a check on different systems and on finances. I think we use it as such, but I also want to just point out that with the good work of the staff, John Adams and Linda Katz. I believe we also use it as an early indication of other issues, almost a canary in the coal mine. And so it's really important work. I think we'll be brief today, but you will see that it's the work plan will lay out similar work for next year. With that, does anybody have any public comment? Any member of the public on the phone? Let's move to the consent agenda. Any member have any issue with the consent agenda? Okay. We're going to move on to business. We have 2 items today. Item 1, the annual update on the implementation of audit recommendations. Linda, are you going to take this?
Yes. So as this agenda item notes, the bar is subject to a number of audits. There are several from every 2 years, there's an audit by the state auditor. And then we also have conducted some internal audits. We've provided a summary of the status of the state audits. The internal audits, we are not providing any details because they do point out potential vulnerabilities and actions that have been taken to address those vulnerabilities. In terms of the state audits, there's the 2015 and 2017 audits. We have fully implemented, or the auditor has deemed resolved, all of the recommendations of those audits. For the 2017 audit, there are 3 that are partially implemented, and we have implemented to the extent that we believe is prudent, and we will not be taking further action. There's 1 recommendation that we indicated was fully implemented. We were waiting for the auditor to sign off, and since the publication of this item, the auditor has agreed that it's fully implemented. And so really the only audit recommendations from the state auditor are for the most recent audit that was issued earlier this year, and those recommendations are pending. And there's a summary of the action that are being taken with those. So if there are any other questions, I am happy to take them.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? And Linda, I just want to review that this is a document that obviously in its title, annual update, that we'll continue to review, add audits as they come, and follow the implementation. Okay, with that, let's move to item B, the Audit Committee 18-19 Work Plan Review.
All right, I'll handle that one.
I don't think we need a motion on either of them. They're both informational, I believe.
Yeah, that was related to the consent calendar item. I apologize for that. So the next item, 3B, is simply an update in status on the Audit Committee work plan for 2018-19. As Attachment A outlines, many of these things are reoccurring. We talk about the quarterly travel expense that this committee reviews on the consent. One of the areas that Linda Katz is working on is the ORIA compliance review and activities. We identify what has been done so far. Certainly a comprehensive list of requirements, and compliance requirements that the state bar is under, and systematically going through those mandates. Third item is the state auditor's audit, which was recently completed. Certainly we've had significant progress in implementing a lot of the prior audit recommendations. There was 6 in the past report in which this committee will continue to monitor that progress on an annual basis. We mentioned the LAO review, which was completed in July, and then of course our annual financial statement audit that is done annually. The interim audit has started, and final audit will be in February. and our external audit partner will be presenting to this to the new audit committee in November. And with that, a lot of these things are reoccurring and under the purview of the audit committee, and we've had a lot of work over the past year. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
I had a comment, John and Josh, that, and I think you alluded to this in your remarks, Josh, that the audit committee through the chair and vice chair and staff has been quite active. And one of, I think, our tasks for the coming year is to figure out how to appropriately bring forward some of the work, particularly this ORIA compliance work that's being referenced here. We've got a lot underway, haven't brought so much of it forward to the committee. So I think we need to focus on how to do that in the coming year.
John, can you really quickly just talk about the cybersecurity assessment and kind of the timing, as I know it's ongoing and it's going to come back up?
Yeah, so it comes up every 2 years. One of the audits that was reported prior by Linda on the 3A item is a security audit that was done in December of 2017. So there will be a new cybersecurity audit in the coming in next year's work plan. A lot of the items identified are complete. And just looking at the list, there are some that are still in progress, but there'll be another audit, I believe, either in the end of this year or early next year. And that's something that happens every couple of years.
Great.
How does the new case management system affect that cybersecurity audit? Because I think a lot of this was probably done before we went live on that, right? So a lot of things have been.
Yeah, and if you think
changed.
about a lot of the systems, not just the case management, but AIMS, now we're in the cloud. The way that we're deploying these systems is very different, but those systems and all of our will be tested in the same manner, just not on premise. It will be in the cloud, and whether or not those have proper security and stuff.
Yeah, I assume they'll be tested. I was just saying that we have kind of a timing issue because a lot of the original audit was done on a different configuration, right? So
Yeah.
we won't have had that audit
Right.
for a little while.
And the next security audit, cybersecurity would look completely again. It wouldn't go back and look at. I mean, it would look at findings.
Timing, and I, sitting here, can't give you the date for it, so we'll need to get back to the committee. I'm not sure when the date is, but yeah.
Additional questions, comments? I believe that is all the business that we have for audit committee today. So with that, we are adjourned.
All right, we're going to convene the Regulation and Discipline Committee. Justin, would you call the roll?
Broughton. De La Cruz. Here. Dellin. Duran.
Here.
LeBron. Here. Lee. Here. Mendoza. Here. Pertula. Here. Stallings. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to begin with our closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, Subdivision C2. All right, we are returning to open session for the Regulation and Discipline Committee. I'm going to begin with a call for public comment. Is there anyone present here in Los Angeles who would like to make public comment? Hearing none, is there anyone on the telephone? Hearing no response, we will move on to the chair's report. So we're at the end of our bar year, and it's been a very busy year for our committee, so I want to take a moment to comment on some of the achievements of the committee and of OCTC. First, as you all know, the Bar instituted the online complaint system, which has been a resounding success in terms of increasing access to OCTC and making sure that problems they need to know about are brought to their attention. In addition, the system is now available in 6 different languages, which greatly enhances access of the public to OCTC so that OCTC can do their job. Now, of course, there's a flip side to that, which is the increase in complaints is a challenge for OCTC, and the new staff that will be hopefully made available by the fee increase is coming just in the nick of time for that. Second major development this year was the Odyssey case management system implementation. That's a major change for the office, a disruptive change that has involved a big investment of time by OCTC staff to learn the new system, to implement it, to do some manual workarounds on some occasions for various glitches, which is sort of a brute force way of dealing with things and can be very frustrating. But we really appreciate the perseverance and patience of OCTC in implementing this new system. It's going to pay dividends to us in the future in collecting data, in managing cases, and in protecting the public. Next thing I'd like to highlight is OCTC's continued attention to the problem of unauthorized practice of law by non-attorneys, which is known in the bar as NAUPL. OCTC continued its outreach in this area, particularly to immigrants who are a very vulnerable population who are preyed upon by people pretending to be lawyers. And they did outreach on a number of media interviews, including CNN, and postings on social media. And in addition, OCTC continued meeting personally with district attorney offices around the state to educate them about the NAUPL problem and discuss ways to partner with them. And of course, that's critical because the bar's jurisdiction over these sorts of illegal practices is limited to taking over the practice and helping to transition the files to the clients. The criminal prosecution aspect has to be handled by the district attorney or the attorney general. Speaking of assuming jurisdiction, in this calendar year so far, in 2019, OCTC has assumed jurisdiction over 3 illegal practices, yielding nearly 11,000 client files. So that really shows the scope and the magnitude of the problem that needs to be addressed. Final thing I want to highlight, also, we're going to later on talk about the vexatious complainant rule, so I'll save some comments on that for later. The final thing I want to highlight is that Alan and I have participated in the bench bar committee that the State Bar Court operates, and as you all know, that includes representatives from the court, of course, the Respondents Bar, and OCTC. It's been a very useful and informative process for us. Leah has suggested that we make this an ongoing expectation of the RAD leadership. Maybe not necessarily both the vice chair and chair have to attend every meeting. That's totally up to them. But it's a way to be a little more hands-on with the operation of our discipline system on the ground and to help in problem solving. And there's been a lot of really constructive work in that committee this year. So on behalf of Alan and me, I want to thank the State Bar Court for organizing those meetings and welcoming our participation. I think it's been an improvement in our oversight function. Finally, I want to offer thanks and gratitude to people who have contributed to all this work this year. I want to thank Jason for giving Alan and me the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I have to thank Alan, who has been an absolutely superb co-chair. He's been hands-on from the very beginning and instituted regular meetings with Steve and Melanie so that we can keep abreast of what's happening in the office. And of course, as you all know, he's an absolutely collegial, wonderful person to work with. So it's been a pleasure. Steve Moad and Melanie Lawrence, I want to thank both of you for your leadership in the office, and I've enjoyed having our regular meetings and discussing issues and getting your insights into how our system is functioning. Thanks to all of the committee members for your diligence and your thoughtful discussion during the year. And finally, I want to thank a few committee members, staff members who have really contributed to our work this year. Hatem Kalik and Justin Ewert, am I saying Ewert, took the laboring oar in organizing our biweekly calls, which is a really important part of how RAD leadership helps oversee the discipline system. And of course, we've had extensive help from Vanessa's colleagues in the Office of General Counsel. In addition to Vanessa, Suzanne Grant, James Chang, and Brady Dewar, and Desti Overpeck have really contributed to developing new rules and advising us on various issues that have arisen during the year. So our thanks to all of you. Want to add anything?
Well, this probably sounds a little self-serving, but I'd also like to thank
There we go.
Sean for being a terrific co-chair as well. And I think we've worked very well together. When Jason suggested this arrangement, didn't suggest, he told us that was going to be the arrangement that we were going to operate under, of co-chairs as opposed to chair and vice chair. I wasn't sure how it was going to work out because often with co-chairs, the area of responsibility is not clearly laid out. But it's been a terrific experience working with Sean. And Sean, you've been really just a great person to work with. So thank you very much. And I do want to also echo all of the thanks and gratitude that Sean has already expressed. It's been a very good and very rewarding experience, especially understanding how hard the people in OCTC work and all of the good things that they're doing down there. So congratulations to your entire office, Melanie and Steve, and please extend to everybody in your office our sincere appreciation for all the hard work.
All right, with that, let's get down to business. There's nothing on the consent agenda, so I'll move directly to our business agenda. The first item is 3A, a proposed state bar rule on monetary sanctions. It's a request to circulate for public comment, and Suzanne Grant is going to present on that.
Good afternoon. I'll try to keep this brief due to time constraints. This is a proposed rule 5.137 for guidelines for the imposition and collection of monetary sanctions. It is being proposed for approval to the California Supreme Court under Business and Professions Code 6086.13, which mandates that the state bar implement a rule with approval from the Supreme Court to collect and impose monetary sanctions. If you recall, this rule already was approved by RAD and the board and was submitted to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court sent it back with instructions to work closely with State Bar Court to clarify some issues. OGC spent significant time working with the judges in State Bar Court and State Bar Court staff to clarify and kind of streamline the rule. The proposed rule is attached as Attachment A to the agenda item. I will just go through some of the highlights. We made sure to define what the term violation is in terms of imposing monetary sanctions per violation. The rule clarifies that the term violation means each count, including its subparts contained in a notice of disciplinary charges, or any violation of a rule or statute which the attorney stipulates to violating. We made sure that for the guidelines for the imposition of sanctions, we made it a little broader, so just that the judge at State Bar Court can use its discretion based on the facts and circumstances of the case to decide how much the monetary sanction should be per violation. However, we did suggest guidelines. There are ranges in the rule for that range from actual suspension and just for disbarment and for resignation with charges pending. And another important addition, we added language that stated that the State Bar Court should not impose more than one monetary sanction for violations for the same conduct. So for instance, one act of misconduct could be multiple violations of different State Bar rules or violations of the State Bar Act. So we wanted to make it clear that the monetary sanctions would be for just one, the most serious charge of that violation. So attorneys did not get multiple charges of monetary sanctions for the same conduct. And then we also have in the rule, as the rule before had, was different provisions for how attorneys can seek waivers of those fees, which mirror the State Bar rules for seeking current waivers and extensions of time for payment for disciplinary costs. So those are the main changes, and we believe this is much more clear and will set out the guidelines for imposition of these sanctions in a clearer way than the previous rule.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Any discussion or questions? All right, may I have a motion? Ruben, seconded by Brandon. May we substitute the roll call? I think so. Hearing no objection, this item is deemed approved.
Thank you.
We'll move on to 3B. This is a proposed amendment to Rule of Procedure, Section 2201. Another request to circulate for public comment. And Desti Overpeck has joined us from OGC, and Gary Shones, our Section 2201 administrator, is also going to be available for discussion. So whichever one of you wants to lead off, please proceed.
Thank you. This item is requesting approval to post the proposed revisions of Section 2201 for a 45-day comment period. Rule 2201, as you all know, sets forth mandatory and discretionary grounds for the Chief Trial Counsel for inquiries or complaints involving individuals with close ties to the State Bar. So the purpose of this revision is to lessen some of the mandatory recusal standards to allow the Office of Chief Trial Counsel to handle more of the complaints in-house, and to the extent necessary, screen off the Office of Chief Trial Counsel attorney or staff member from a complaint if there is an appearance that that particular individual if there's an appearance that the attorney who is the subject of the inquiry would not receive fair treatment. So I'm going to go through a summary of the various proposed changes. The first is in the mandatory recusal section. There is a ground that currently reflects the judicial standard, and we are proposing a change to reflect a prosecutor standard. The proposed language is based on the California Supreme Court of People versus Vasquez, which was looking at the DA's office and the prosecutorial standard. And the test is that for a conflict is if there is a reasonable possibility that the DA's office may not exercise its discretionary function in an even-handed manner, and that the conflict was so grave as to render it unlikely that the defendant will receive fair treatment during all portions of the criminal proceedings. And in that case, the Supreme Court noted that you don't need the kind of neutrality that judges have to have, because judges make a final decision and they must be impartial, which is different than what a prosecutor is doing. So currently, the rule provides for a mandatory recusal where the Chief Trial Counsel cannot be impartial, and the revision would provide for a mandatory recusal where the circumstances of the matter creates an appearance that the office may not exercise its discretionary functions in an even-handed manner, and that those circumstances are so grave as to render it unlikely that an attorney will receive fair treatment or that the public will not be protected. So we've included our State Bar mandates in that proposed language. Okay, the next change is adding or other matters within the jurisdiction of the Chief Trial Counsel to the various sections that currently just refer to an inquiry or a complaint. And the purpose for that is to allow the Chief Trial Counsel to, if they have a conflict in something such as the Business and Professions Code Section 6007 involuntary enrollment proceeding, that could potentially be sent out to a special deputy trial counsel to handle. We are also recommending designating, I'm sorry, give me a second here. Right now, attorney members of any state bar, committee, or commission is under the mandatory section. We are recommending putting that under the discretionary section. And also in the mandatory section, this is what Gary was talking about earlier, any attorneys who have a current or recent personal, financial, or professional relationship to any employee at the Office of Chief Trial Counsel creates a mandatory recusal. We're recommending that that be a discretionary recusal, which would allow the office to screen those employees off from a case. If they can't, they can still send the case to a special deputy trial counsel, but it allows more flexibility. Then what would happen is the mandatory recusals would be only with regard to personal, financial, or professional relations with the chief trial counsel, him or herself. Currently, the rule reads current or recent relationships. We are changing that to within the past 12 months to make it clear this is what the time frame is that we're actually talking about. The 12-month period is consistent with the Political Reform Act's 1-year ban that restricts officials for 1 year after leaving governmental service from being paid to communicate with their former agencies. We are striking the words "or designee." The rules of procedure of the State Bar already define chief trial counsel as including the term "or designee," so it was not necessary to have that language there. Under the discretionary recusal section, recusal, if the recusal of, if the complaint is about an attorney who within the past 12 months has a personal, financial, or professional relationship to a state bar employee other than the chief trial counsel, or any member of the Board of Trustees, not just the attorney members, that will now fall under the discretionary category. The subdivisions C2 and C3 have been updated to reflect the preliminary review procedure followed by the Office of Chief Counsel, so that what Gary would be doing in his job of reviewing intake matches the procedures that the Chief Trial Office is using. We've replaced the terms himself and herself with the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, and we've reorganized the B section to match the same format and language as the A section. So when you read it, it's very logical. So that's a summary of what the proposals do. And as I said at the beginning, we would like approval to send it out for a 45-day public comment period.
Okay. Thank you, Dusty. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, may I substitute the roll call? Oh, thank you. A little basic. Thank you. I'll take that as a motion.
We're going to miss you.
Motion by Joanna, second by Jason. And if there's no objection, we'll substitute the roll call. Correct. Thank you. Brand is abstaining. Okay. Roll call.
Broughton, De La Cruz,
Yes.
Dellin, Duran,
Yes.
LeBron, Lee, Mendoza, Fertula,
Yes.
Stallings, motion passes.
Thank you. Terrific.
Thank
So this is a very important change. This will presumably reduce the need for us to call on our special deputy trial counsels who are providing really good service to the bar, but this will hopefully lighten their load a little bit. So thanks to both of you.
And I wanted to mention that the Office of Chief Trial Counsel has had for a few years a screening procedure that we can bring to bear, should this. Sorry. I said that the Office of Chief Trial Counsel has had a screening procedure for a few years that we can now bring to bear should this become the new rule.
Yeah, it is Policy Directive 2016-1, so it exists today.
Okay, thank you again. Let's move next to item 3C, and Andrew Tuft is coming to the table. I see Randy Diffentorum in the audience. Before we start, I just want to recognize Andrew and Randy and their colleagues Lauren McCurdy and Mimi Lee. They provide a really terrific service in the Office of Professional Competence, and I've known Randy and Lauren for probably 20 years, since when I was on COPRAC, and I'm very familiar with the benefits that your office brings to the state bar. So turning to the business at hand, item 3C is a proposal regarding ethical duties to retain and release closed client files in certain criminal matters. This is another request to circulate for public comment. This is a pretty complex item, and we are running a little bit late. And since we're sending this out for public comment, Andrew, I think it would be great if you could give us kind of an executive summary, and then we can move on to the next item.
Absolutely, and thank you for the words about the Office of Professional Competence. Really quickly, this item originates from the Assembly Bill 1987, which was passed into law almost 1 year ago. It was signed into law September 18th, 2019, and what that did was expand rights for convicted defendants to seek post-conviction discovery in certain matters. As part of that legislation, there was an uncodified section which requested the state bar to study whether or not the rules of professional conduct are sufficiently clear with respect to a prosecutor or criminal defense attorney's obligations to retain and release closed client files. This assignment was given to COPRAC, the Committee on Professional Responsibility and Conduct. They studied this issue. Their report is attached as Attachment B. There are no specific rules with respect to this issue. There are general rules. Those are identified that could potentially, and I would argue probably would, apply in these situations. The uncodified section also requested that if the rules were not specifically clear, that the State Bar consider amending the rules and issuing an updated ethics opinion. The Committee on Professional Responsibility and Conduct at their last meeting on July 26th has agreed to undertake the process of writing a new ethics opinion, so that'll beginning shortly. That does take some time, and as noted in this item, just to manage expectations, such an opinion might be published after any rule amendment is approved by the Supreme Court, assuming RAD and the board agrees to amend the rule, because the revised ethics opinion would probably rely on those authorities for its analysis and conclusion. With that being said, this item proposes 3 amendments to comments of the existing rules to cite to the Penal Code section with respect to a lawyer's obligation to retain client files for the period of incarceration as described under the amended Penal Code. And it also describes with the special duties of prosecutor in Rule 3.8 that prosecutors have an obligation to comply with preservation orders. And it also identifies the narrow Penal Code section that mandates prosecutor's office to maintain certain forms of evidence before destruction, such as specifically exhibits and certain biological evidence. And then lastly, there's an addition to the cross-reference to a comment to the communication rule, because that might be more complex and ethics nerdy, but that comment to the duty of communication refers to ability of a current client's, a lawyer for a current client may withhold sharing evidence evidence, sharing papers and property with a client if the lawyer thinks that it might result in adverse reaction to that current client, might make the client upset, gives the lawyer some discretion. However, the comment that's being amended says, this does not affect your duty at the time of termination of representation. For those duties, please see Rule 1.16, and we are adding an amendment to that comment to refer them to the newly amended comment in Rule 1.16, which identifies reasons or authorities that would require you not to disclose certain forms of evidence. Certain forms of client files, and the obligation to retain certain client files as directed by the penal code. So in a very rushed fashion, that is this item, and it's a request for 60-day public comment.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Discussion or questions from members? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Joanna's motion. Josh seconds. We'll need a roll call vote, please.
De La Cruz? Yes. Dellin? Duran?
Yes.
LeBron? Lee? Mendoza? Yes. Portula? Yes. Stallings? Yes. Passes.
All right. Thank you, Andrew, and to everyone who contributed to that item. I can see a lot of work and thought went into it, and I suspect we'll be having some public comment on it as well for the next time it comes before the committee. So let's move to item 3D. This is also Andrew's item, revisions to Rule 38.1 of the State Bar Model Rules of Procedure for Fee Arbitrations and various other State Bar rules. So take it away, Andrew.
Yes, also I will try to be quick. If you'll recall, back in May, we requested a 60-day public comment to this rule concerning compensation for an mandatory fee arbitrator. These amendments would require an arbitrator who is seeking to be compensated for a hearing that lasts more than 4 hours. You can only seek compensation if the hearing lasts before 4 hours. To disclose that and obtain the client's consent to compensating the arbitrator in advance of the hearing. And with that, it went out for public comment. We received one public comment. Fortunately, the public comment was received prior to the dissolution of the Committee on Mandatory Fee Arbitration. So not only did staff review the public comment, but the Committee on Mandatory Fee Arbitration also reviewed the public comment. Both staff and the committee agreed that no change should be made in light of the public comment. The public comment mainly addressed arbitrators disclosing relationships with one of the parties to the fee arbitration, and that is addressed by other rules and authorities, and did not focus on the compensation of an arbitrator as addressed in this rule. And so both staff and the committee are recommending no change to the rules that went out for public comment, and we're requesting approval of the rule as contained in the agenda item.
Thank you, Andrew. Any discussion? A quiet bunch today.
Move staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Any objection to substituting the roll call? Hearing none, the item is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on next to item 3E, which is the proposed vexatious complainant rule. James Chang is going to present to us, and I understand that Carissa Anderson also contributed to developing this item. This was one of the things I mentioned in my chair's report. This is an important project that consumed a lot of time and attention to make sure we found the right solution to an unusual problem, which is a person submitting many frivolous complaints to OCTC, which really taxes their resources. And so I think we landed on a good solution. It's a rule-based solution that can be applied even-handedly. And James, please go ahead and present.
Certainly. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm James Chang with the Office of General Counsel, and I'm here today to ask the committee to approve proposed Rule of Procedure 2605 and related amendments to Rule 5.10 following a return from public comment. As Sean has described, this proposed vexatious complainant rule is designed to address the problem of individuals who file a large number of frivolous complaints with the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. Previously, there had been no procedure available for OCTC to handle these complaints, which meant that they would go through with the entire process of reviewing a complaint, opening a new case file in the system, issuing an individualized closing letter in response to each complaint, even if that complainant had filed hundreds or thousands of frivolous complaints. This procedure would allow OCTC to designate a person vexatious if they filed 10 or more complaints that were closed at the inquiry stage because it didn't provide sufficient grounds for further investigation. During the public comment period, we received 2 comments, both in support of the proposed rule from the California Lawyers Association Ethics Committee, as well as the Los Angeles County Bar Association Ethics Committee. We received no other comments regarding the rule, and so with that, unless the committee has any questions, we would urge the committee to adopt the rule.
Thank you, James. Discussion? Thank you, Joanna. Do I have a second? Juan seconded. All right. Any objection to substituting the roll call? Oh, Jason was. Oh, okay. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Broughton, De La Cruz, Dellin, Duran,
Yes.
LeBron, Lee, Mendoza, Bertula, Stallings. Passes.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Next up is an update from the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. So I'd like to invite our Interim Chief Trial Counsel, Melanie Lawrence, and Special Assistant to the Interim Chief Trial Counsel, Steve Moad, up to the table, and let's hear what you have to say.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. So we wanted to take this opportunity to talk with you a little bit about our inventory and sort of put together a few of the pieces that we've talked about at various stages throughout this year into a little PowerPoint to give you a visual of what we're managing. And we're also particularly aware that we're in September. And December 31st is coming, and while we are working to more consistently manage the inventory throughout the year, we are very aware that December 31st is the date on which basically our data is collected for the annual discipline report. So the first slide that we're going to show you is a glimpse of OCTC's inventory from February 2019 to July of 2019. So a few things. As you know, we've talked about that we've done a lot of work in terms of public outreach in a variety of ways, including in our NAUPL work, as well as some other ways. We've issued fraud alerts, et cetera, trying to make sure that people know that we're out there and available to them. In addition, in October of 2018, we launched the online complaint portal, making us, again, more accessible to the public. And then we see in February of 2019, which is the first bar graph, when we launched the online complaint system. So really, we have sort of a perfect storm of events that happens because at the time that we're becoming more accessible, and in fact, we're getting more complaints as a result of that. Can you hear me? Sorry about that. We launched the case management system, which has the practical effect of not completely halting the work, but stalling it significantly. And I think it's to be expected. I think we did expect that it was going to happen. It's the nature of rolling out this kind of massive change in an office like ours. And it has taken the staff considerable time to learn it, to manage it, maneuver it. We've tried to find ways to make some things easier. And I think that now we're at a point where much of our staff has acclimated to it. It does bring a lot of good to our office. But I think in the areas of our intake unit, as well as our data entry unit, they are still significantly impacted by it. There are a lot of steps that go on in terms of trying to actually move a case through the data entry and the intake section. And I will say that, and Steve will mention this, that I actually did some reads myself, some intake reads myself recently, and had my own experience with trying to manage the system. And I'm certain that if it's something that I did every day, that I would be much better at it. But the reality is that it is much slower in many ways. So we've seen a slow overall in our production. And so what we see in this slide in particular is that we have a steady increase as of July 1 because we have an increase in complaints. We have a slowdown in the work, so we have fewer cases coming out the other end, essentially. And the other thing that happened is that for a period of time from February until June, because of the case management system, we didn't have management reports. So we were unable to manage the inventory at all. And basically we're flying blind. Now we do have those reports, thankfully, and that's helping us get a better grip on it. So the next slide is just looking at intake cases received. Now these are the cases that are reported in the annual discipline report. So only the cases that are in the statutory backlog. They do not represent the entirety of our work. So for example, you're not going to see NA UPL cases here. And also keep in mind that our staff who are managing this volume of cases are also managing, in addition to the non-attorney UPL work, they're managing, for example, criminal conviction matters that aren't represented in this number as well. So what you see here is that in particular, if you look, for example, in 2017, just the number of cases received, 15,175 for that year, and then you see a steady progression up until 2019, and this is a number as of the end of August of 2019, 16,863, and we are projected, if we continue at our rate, to have 11% more from 2017 of the ADR cases. Looking at the next slide, also just looking at intake cases received, and then this is the greater proportion of our workload, but it still does not include the criminal conviction cases. So this shows us that in 2019, at the end, we have 18,293 complaints. We are projected to see a 14% increase in the number of cases in our office over 2017.
So, thank you. So this next slide puts a little bit of a finer point on it by narrowing it down to a 6-month increment. And you can see the impact of our outreach and the online portal in the incoming cases in the second half of 2018. And that is the incoming cases is that darker bar there. The incoming cases increased in the second half of 2018 compared to the first half of 2018, and in fact increased a full 10% in the first half of 2019 versus the first half of 2018. You can also see the drastic drop in outgoing cases, the lighter colored bar, in the first half of 2019. This represents a 13% reduction in cases leaving intake in the first half of 2019 compared to the first half of 2018. And this is largely due to the case management system implementation. This has had a combined effect on our clearance rate, which you see by the black line at the top of the graph. It will improve, and it has a little bit already, but it hit us very hard this year, as you can see, dropping to 78% in the first half of 2019. I also want to note that the numbers for the second half of 2019 are projected numbers based on July through August of 2019. The next slide is the intake inventory trend, and you can see again here the impact on the inventory of the implementation of both the online complaint portal in October of 2018 and the case management system in February of 2019, represented by the two vertical red lines. One theory we looked at in consultation with the co-RAD chairs was whether the online complaints were less likely to be well-reasoned, or since it was easier to submit. whether they were more likely to be closed in intake. And we don't really have sufficient data for that at this point. But what we do know at this point is that the online complaint trend line generally follows the mailed-in complaint trend line, meaning those complaints are not closed at a greater rate. So that was not a solution or a potential solution to the issue. Turning to the intake inventory growth rate, you can see by this slide that the rate at which the intake inventory is growing has decreased slightly. Again, that's the black bar above the graph in the last few months. And to be clear, our inventory is still growing, as you can see by the increase in the number of cases for in the last bar there. For the second half of 2019, but the rate of increase has diminished or has lessened. And this is possibly due to us getting faster at processing cases. We have 6 months on the case management system at this point. It may also have to do with a slight decrease in the number of complaints that we're receiving, but it remains to be seen whether that continues or not. And lastly, we just wanted to let you know that there is some good news, and that is that the case prioritization system seems to continue to be working. The percentage of P1 cases in backlog is continuing to drop. We have to acknowledge, however, that this may be artificially low, and that is because the percentages that you see on this slide are calculated using only cases that are in investigation and in pre-filing. And that is because cases in intake are not assigned a priority, because normally they're only assigned a priority after they've been read and are decided that they're going to be sent out to investigation. This, of course, wasn't an issue when we developed the case prioritization system, because cases didn't spend more than 45 to 60 days in intake generally. But because of the dramatic increase in our intake inventory and the associated delay in processing those cases, there is the possibility that there are some number of P1 cases in intake that have not yet been identified. So what are we doing to address that issue and prevent cases, P1 and frankly P2 cases, from lingering in the intake inventory? We have added some resources to intake over the last several months. As Melanie mentioned, each attorney in OCTC, including supervisors and managers, have been assigned 10 intake reads to take some of that inventory away from intake to try and get those processed and get them through. Those cases will either be closed or prioritized and forwarded to investigations. And also, in an effort to identify P1 and P2 cases early in the process, we are working to incorporate some of the P1 and P2 criteria onto the complaint form itself, both the written form as well as the online complaint form. And the hope is that by having complainants identify some of those relevant criteria, we will be able to expedite processing of P1 and P2 cases even in intake. They would then be the first to be read. And of course, there may be some criteria that they won't be able to identify, and we'll have to see if we can solve that problem, but that should help reduce those numbers. We don't have any control over when and how those changes will go into effect, but we have requested that those changes to the complaint portal be prioritized.
All right, thank you very much. Any discussion or questions? Renee?
2 questions. One, do you know why the system is slower? Melanie mentioned that it was much slower.
The prior case management system, the AS400 mainframe system that we were operating, was really written for us. I mean, the screens were made, the options were made, everything was mirrored our paper process, and really with a system like that, there isn't as much data that you front load. One quick example is the case prioritization system. We have P1, P2, and P3. In the AS400, we could mark the priority with a P1 or a P2, P3, but there was no historical memory of that. So there was no date that went in there. There was no preserving of any of that information. You also could not identify why a case was prioritized in that way. There was no reason code. In the new system, you're front loading a lot more of that data into that system so that you can then leverage that data to then better plan for workload and things like that. That would include, in this example, you are including historical data for when a case was prioritized as a P2 and then maybe a P3 and then maybe it became a P1. You can track all of that information, but more importantly, and the extra data that comes in here is where you're identifying the reason code, why something was identified that way. And we may be, the case prioritization system was always designed to be altered, to be changed as criteria came and went, or as we decided that things weren't sustainable as they were. The system was adopted to have between 5 and 10% of our cases be P1, no more than that. We're at about 22. And the P2 criteria was designed to hopefully be between 20 and 40%, and we're not at that criteria. And if we were still using the AS400, we wouldn't be able to analyze that in order to determine where those reasons or criteria needed to change.
So you're spending more time up front, but presumably down the road, you might have less time needed.
Well, and we'll probably have better data.
Yeah.
But I think that the staff would tell you, and I will tell you with having my own experience, and particularly at the intake and data entry stage where you're inputting so much data, is that there's a lot of clicking that goes along. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe that can be reconfigured.
Well, it's intended to have the online complaint portal fully integrated with Odyssey, and then there would not be the need to kind of initiate the case in Odyssey. It would be automatic when it comes in. It's not, that to my knowledge, that has not been set up yet. So I think it is something that's going to happen, but it has not happened yet.
And that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead and finish. I had a different question.
And that will smooth the data entry portion, and I would use the capital D and capital E for our data entry unit for initiating those complaints. There's still a lot of clicking, as we can both attest, for the intake process to get a case filed, in essence, or forwarded to investigations, or frankly even closed. And the co-rad chairs watched a demonstration from our intake attorneys, and I think they can agree that there's quite a number of steps. But again, that's understandable with any customizable off-the-shelf type of case management system. This is something we struggled with at the DA's office when we went from a AS400 mainframe system that was designed for our office to something that was not.
Okay. Second question, do you have any theories as to why the big jump in complaints? I mean, you said you weren't sure that it was necessarily because people could enter online, but.
Right. I mean, I think we haven't seen a corresponding decrease still in the number of written complaints. So, I mean, the best theory really is that we're just more accessible.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? No. The one observation I'll make too, having seen the demonstration, and I never saw the AS400, the old system, but the intake process, it is a lot of work, but there's a lot of analysis that goes on. There's a lot of information put in the system that is then available to anyone in the office, whether they're in LA or San Francisco. And so we're hoping that at the back end, all this front-loaded work will pay off. So, all right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Justin is next up to talk about item 3G, the committee's work plan review.
Right. In the interest of time, and since in your chair's report you noted all the achievements of RAD, so I won't go over those again, although to say that when I started here at the bar in 2005, we were talking about implementing a case management system, so it is a monumental achievement that this administration has done. The work plan will be reevaluated going forward in November, and then at the strategic planning session in January. There was a lot on the work plan, a lot of reporting that was required by statute. Some of the things that didn't specifically get done in the work plan was reviewing entities under the purview, but the committee did do that in terms of probation and LAP. There's a plan going forward to combine those. And also, this committee is the busiest committee at the bar. It averaged 7 agenda items, so there's not always time to get things on the committee. But we will look going forward whether or not we can bring those things on. But I want to emphasize that this committee did a lot over the last year.
Great, thank you, Justin. And now Leah is up with our last item, discussion of metrics.
Yeah, and I
3H.
think the most important item here has been fully covered by Steve and Melanie. It is the caseload clearance rate. You can see that it is less than 1. 1 would mean we're processing what's coming in on the same level as what's going out, and we're not. It's less than 1. Our inventory is growing. They gave you plenty of information as to why. I will just say we have done our best to reallocate resources internally in order to provide more staff support and other resources like dual monitors for staff and intake, even before realizing the fee increase next year.
All right, unless any committee member has anything additional to offer, we can adjourn and then we'll be moving on to the full board meeting.
of the Board of Trustees. This is the Board of Trustees meeting. Welcome. If I could start with the roll call.
Duran. Here.
LeBron. Here. Manning.
Here.
Mendoza. Here. Petula.
Here.
Selig.
Here.
Dowling.
Here.
Steinberger.
Here.
Thank you. To throw a little bit of a loop and to accommodate our very important guests from the Access Commission, we're going to take item 702 of the miscellaneous agenda first. And I believe Donna is going to present, and then we're going to continue on with the rest of the agenda as stated. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Donna Hershkowitz, Chief of Programs. I am here to report on the full implementation and the closeout.
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference. Do you want to continue your meeting? Press 1 to confirm. If there is no response, the conference will end.
That's fantastic. Gotta love technology.
Okay, then. So I was so proud of the fact that I could report we have fully implemented and we are closing out one of the directions of the board with regard to Appendix I, and specifically that has to do with the California Commission on Access to Justice. As you will recall, the Appendix I review process brought to the attention of the board a number of unique features of the California Commission on Access to Justice that set it apart from some other sub-entities. Wanting to make sure that the board was fully informed in its decision-making and how to approach the Access Commission, the board appointed a stakeholder working group to get input from stakeholders and to provide recommendations to the board. What became clear as we went through the stakeholder working group process was the need for the California Commission on Access to Justice to operate independently of the agenda of any of its appointing authorities. So it could speak on behalf of the consumers of the justice services. As a result of that and sort of what that culminated in is at the January 2019 meeting, the board adopted the recommendation of the Access to Justice Stakeholder Working Group and memorialized the joint intent that the Access Commission and the State Bar work collaboratively to develop a plan for transition from the State Bar of the Access Commission by the conclusion of 2019. The adopted recommendations also provided that the State Bar staff would continue to work closely with the Access Commission to address transition issues, including specifically the development of an MOU, so the Bar could continue to get the benefits of the relationship with the Access Commission. So I am happy to report that the Access Commission has been working diligently to form its own separate corporate entity, and on August 4th, the Access Commission filed articles of incorporation with the Secretary of State. As of the writing of this agenda item, I don't know if that has changed at this time, the Access Commission hadn't yet received their certificate of incorporation, but that certificate would be effective August 14th. And the last meeting of the Access Commission at the State Bar, as part of the State Bar, will be held on October 1st. And after that point, the Access Commission will operate as an independent, nonprofit, public benefit corporation. To carry out the direction of the board, concurrently with CCAJ's efforts to establish itself in this new status, we have been working with a transition team. Joanna Mendoza is one of the members of that transition team, to finalize an MOU to meet the spirit of the board's action in January of 2019 to create some specific deliverables that CCAJ would be providing to the bar so that we could continue to obtain the unique advice and expertise from the commission that we have benefited from all of these years. As a result, I am asking the board, along with the other items that we'll be talking about in just a second, to approve The State Bar proceeding with a contract with CCAJ with a specific set of deliverables that we've been working through with the Transition Committee. We are looking at a contract it's an annual contract amount of $150,000. Because the Access Commission was able to finalize the separation, this contract would actually go for 1 year and 1 quarter. So for this particular year, it's a contract for $187,000 in order to get the assistance of the Access Commission on some key access priorities of the bar. So with that, I am asking the board's approval of the resolution that you see before you, which confirms the separation of the Access Commission effective after the meeting on October 1, approves the execution of the contract with CCAJ, and importantly, and I know, Jason, you've got some more words on this when I'm done here, but importantly, thanks to the California Commission on Access to Justice for its stellar work since its creation, and thanks and wishes CCAJ continued success in its efforts to advocate for access to justice for all.
Thank you, Donna. Any further discussion? I see your mic on, Judge Uhas.
Oh, sorry. On behalf of the commission, this is sort of one of those places where on behalf of the commission, I would like to point out that we've had a wonderful relationship in the past. We will continue to have a very productive relationship in the future. The California Access to Justice Commission is one of the nation's leaders, and the bar has stood by for 25-ish years. The commission, as we've led access issues. I would be remiss. I feel a little bit like I'm giving at awards a thank you at an awards show, but I want to call out a couple of people specifically. Mr. Lee and Mr. Steinbrecher met with us several times and have been steadfast in their support in working through this. Ms. Mendoza has been remarkable. She spent hours and hours, as I know many other people on the Board of Trustees have done as well. We would not be where we are without the strong support of the Board of Trustees. I also can't thank Donna Herskowitz, Ms. Herskowitz, Ms. Wilson enough as well. They have been staunch supporters of this whole process. They've been very helpful. Ms. Holton has been incredible. I mean, I could go on for the next hour, but the bar has been a good partner in the past, and I trust will continue to be a good partner in the future. So thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michael Levy. I'm a State Bar appointee on the Access Commission and have been for, I guess, now the last 7 years, and I echo all the comments from Judge Uhas. I'd also like to call out, well, let me say first that the State Bar really committed an incredible foresight exercise 25 years ago when you set up the first Access Commission in the country. And since that time, we've had a 25-year run where there are now Access Commissions across the United States that have done some stellar work together, with California being a leader. And I would like to commend the bar for that effort in creating us, and also commend you for your efforts to see us as we're moving on into this next generation, this next chapter in a really positive direction that I think is going to launch us to a new, greater highs than we've been able to achieve before. We look forward to doing that in tandem with the bar and in cooperation with the bar, and we look forward to the deliverables in the contract, including commenting and helping facilitate the bar's new vision for its own access initiatives. So we're delighted to be moving in this direction at this time. And I'll just add to Judge Uhas's comments about the wonderful support that we've received from State Bar staff over the last 25 years, starting with Mary and ending with Elizabeth and Helen and many others that I'm not sure that I can count, and Donna and Rod, and maybe you can name some of the names, but you all know who they are. Your Office of Access and Inclusion has done some remarkable work, and frankly, we are all delighted to have been a part of it and working with them over the years. So thank you very much for your support and your time and your future partnership.
Joanna?
While we're on the thank yous, it's been an arduous process, but working with the Access Commission has been very pleasant, especially compared with some other groups we've had to work with. It's felt much more collaborative to trying to find solutions, and that's been very nice. And I'm very excited for your future. The teenagers stayed a little bit too long, and now we're moving you on to your own place. And now the independence that the commission is going to be able to have, I think will just make you thrive and continue to be a model for the rest of the country. So I'm very excited for your future. And thank you again for working with us so collaboratively. I really appreciate it.
Alan?
As we enter a new year with new bar leadership taking over, I want to assure you that there is a very strong feeling on the Board of Trustees for the importance of the access work, and we look forward to working with you in a very deep and collaborative way.
Anyone else?
Can I make the motion?
You absolutely can.
Yes, I so move.
Joanna with the motion. Do I have a second? Brandon. Brandon with the second. Can I substitute the roll call? Yes. So moved. I have a really nice framed resolution for you guys. If you want to come up. Okay, we were going to now go back to the agenda as stated. Closed session, we anticipate about 30 minutes in closed. Thank you.